Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome to a twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn. It's, we're still doing this? It's March 15th, Sunday, at 1:33 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time Zone. Do you know where your children are? Not conceived? Okay, yeah, me too. There you go. We're going to be speedrunning Clustertruck today in the any percent category, driving for a 5th rank position, and maybe even a sub 13 time, because if you just slide in over here, you'll see that in our splits here, we have a 13-minute, 18-second PB. Now if I pull up the if I pull up the leaderboards for Clustertruck, we will find that 1316.6. My mic is very loud. Well, who did that? Whose fault is that? I could twist some knobs. You probably need to shut up. Shut the fuck up. This is picking up a little bit of the background noise. Oh God, sorry, like I was telling you to shut the fuck up. I was talking to the good lords. They're a little something, something. That should be better. Unless there's something much wronger than I don't know. Anyway, on the leaderboards here, you guys let me know if it's still bad. On the leaderboards here, we can see a 1316.6. Gets us 5th rank. Then you gotta go sub 13 if you want any higher ranks, and we've been on pace to get to sub 13 here. I don't know how the microphone would get into the... Anyway, so that's what we'll be playing for today in Clustertruck, is one of those. And really the sub 13 is what I'm aimed at this point, because we've seen that we can do it. We've seen it's on the menu. We have come into 9-9 just on the last live stream with 18 point some seconds to spare. We were 18 point some seconds saved. And then choked on 9-9. So maybe I should, do a 9-9 or two just to prove this. The idea is land one back here, land one here, land one more, and then just levitate your way to the end of the goal. That's all that we're supposed to do when we get there. 9-7 is another place where we need to get like a perfect hit, and that ain't it. It's got to be a little bit fast. This one kind of goes. If I drop a truck at the end, like that, we would prefer one where I don't have to drop a truck at the end. This one is also like a it kind of goes thing, which isn't great. Yeah, because that can happen very easily. We need to get down here in a hurry and get a good hit like this. This is a fair bit better. This one goes without dropping a truck. If you don't hit the invisible terrain, if you don't run into the bullshit that doesn't actually exist, but the game's convinced of it. There we go. This is the hit we're looking for. This one actually goes to the end without needing to struggle. It's quite difficult to get. as you can see, there we go. The main thing is you want to get a hit where you don't have to steer it for a hot tick. Good strong hit where you can just hold spacebar for a minute. And that preserves the levitation until you need it at the end. But this one's bad. Ooh,
putting my Prime subscription to good use.
That was a really good save. Dropping the truck on the chain gave me a kick that got me all the friggin' way to the end. That's pretty, that's hot. That's like your mother. You know how your mother is. You know, it's hot. So, what is this title, asks Electric Blaze? Well, oh, Jesus Christ, my penis is on fire! Oh, shit, put it out! I don't know, it's just a funny... I've wanted to... If I were to start making YouTube videos again, I would just end every episode with, I'm Ronan Pawn, and oh, Jesus, my penis is on fire! And then we'd end the episode. What happened, Condor? What happened? Putting my Prime subscription to good use, said Condor70, and, now playing the thing, playback has begun, and then it said that it did it, and it said it did it, but it didn't do it, unless I'm just completely zoned out. It didn't do it, right? Because it says it did it. It's like, I played that message. Laying new events, delayed, committing to database. It looks like it did it. I didn't... Nothing came through in my headset. Beat it out with a hammer. The fire that... You gotta be careful when your penis catches fire. It's... Like, what if is it like, I look down a little bit more than usual, and that gets me a bigger hit? This is a good one, anyway. This would be lovely when we're on the run. This sucks, because it went too far to the right. The angle sucked. I feel like... making love. Feel like making love. Feel like making love to you. I don't know what I actually feel like. It did it twice. Once for Condor and once for someone else. Really? Am I that out of it? Is the audio just not coming through? The OBS is such a piece of shit software. You know, all these years that we've all been using it, and there ain't a single person who's been using OBS who doesn't complain. Which is the sign that you've really done a good job there with your fucking software foundation. Oh, you killed it. You crushed it. Everybody who uses it fucking has complaints. Ah, time to retire. No more need to polish this fucking turd. You know, everything's locked in. All your systems work, so no need to, like, design the software when you've engineered the code. Right? You fucking cunts. Anyway. Our penises are on fire, and we're gonna run Clustertruck. That's the point. That's what we're doing today. Planers are still users. Yeah, well, that's the other part of the OBS Foundation's contribution to the fucking, world is they created a half thought out, half contrived, unintuitive piece of shit software, and then because they gave it away for free, there's not really room in the market for there to be a good version. So they've managed to create, a functioning, but that's the best you can say about it. It functions. They've created a functioning broadcast software that has simultaneously, unintuitive and sucks and doesn't fucking work the way that you'd think, and still using fucking GDI goddamn text in 2026. All these things. And they've managed to sort of squeeze any and every other better solution out of the marketplace by giving it away for free. Thank you for all of this. You've made a net negative effect on humanity. I'm very passionate about the idea of software design, and when, I've been using this fucking turd for 10 goddamn years. I've gone to other solutions and had to come back and shit. It's horrible. It's fucking horrible, and it doesn't get better either. They don't bother trying to make it better. They're happy that it's stable on, all the different platforms or whatever. Oh, it's cross-platform compatibility, and so we can't make it good on any platform because it's got to work on all of the platforms. The Windows, which has the 98% market share, and then the other platforms too, which have the 2% or whatever. Got to work on all of them. It's really important. Really important that it functions on the nobody uses the shit fucking software too. It's hugely important. So important we can't possibly make it good for any one platform. It's my feelings on cross-platform compatibility right there. Linux is a fucking joke made by idiots. Spent 40 fucking years and nobody in the Linux community ever fucking thought about, hey, what if our software made sense to the users? What if our desktop environments that we keep inviting people to, but what if they were, I don't know, out of the box, you could use them without having to read a fucking 600-page manual that was written by the same guy who couldn't make the fucking software intuitive in the first place, so I'm sure that'll be a big help. Oh, good. The guy who couldn't explain it by designing it right is going to write some documentation to explain it. This should help. Fucking goddamn. Fucking Linus Torvalds. There is no game audio. Well, goddamn, everything's broken. How good's the run we're on? I couldn't submit it if there's no game audio. How do you guys not know that there's no game audio until, like... until 3 minutes into the ride after I've spent the first... How long have we been here? We've literally been going for 16 minutes. Well, I'm warming up, I guess. I don't... This is a fucking piece of shit software, huh? What do we got? We go into the settings. I'm literally talking about what a piece of shit OBS is, and you guys are like, hey, audio isn't working. Of course it isn't. Why would it be? Why would it be? Why would it be? No, still don't see any meters bouncing here. Gavos says the automotive field is the same. The engineers and designers have no consideration for the mechanics that have to fix their problems. Yeah, you know, we're just going to shave it down to, I mean, it doesn't fit in here, so we're just going to shave this thing down to 1/32 of an inch worth of metal between, because it's got to fit, so that's what we're going to do. I wonder if that'll fail constantly or not, I wonder. And hey, what if we put this underneath that, behind that, next to that? Oh, what are we talking about? The spark plugs. Oh, cool. Shit you're supposed to change regularly? Yeah. What if you had to take the engine out with a cherry picker in order to get to the plugs? Oh, good. Good design. Excellent. Way to go with your engineering there. What the fuck? With your balls and whatnot. I blame the youth. How about this one? Hey, I mean, I can hear it, so there's that. That's the most important. What cock ballsing, shitting, titsing, fucking... You, over there, idiot. Okay, it's not coming through there at all. Still not coming through there. I wonder if I have to, like, restart the game in order to get it to do the thing. No, that should be passing through, and it's not. Hey, you fucking with the balls and the shit. Because my voice comes through on... just straight up cable output, right? Cable output. And then what are you listening to for the main audio for the system? Should be voice meter input. Which is what I've got it going to, but why should the fact that the audio is being routed to the thing, you know, why would it also be picked up by the thing? What? Let's not be silly here. I could send it to cable A. And it still doesn't come through. How am I hearing it? This is supposed to be going to... Still got nothing, but then... What the fuck would I know? So my mic is being picked up on its usual channel. Sounds from the desktop aren't being heard anywhere somehow. Except for that I was, you know, that I've had no fucking problems. If I restart the audio engine... I need some, like, testing shit. What would well... So you're hearing that. Why the fuck doesn't that send anything through? Between Windows, OBS, and Voice Meter, it's a real fucking nightmare. I mean, if you're hearing that audio, then things should, like, work. But let me make sure that you're hearing that audio. Yeah, you got it there. And now if I reopen Clustertruck... Let's see. You know, there's a thing in Windows where, you know, if you click on the little audio icon on the taskbar, and then you click on the slider, it's supposed to ding. And I was testing with that. Okay, now we've got game audio. I can see the meters jumping. I was testing with that. Maybe that's why I didn't hear the Condor 70. That's why I didn't hear the subs, but you guys say it happened. Is just everything's fucked. Because why wouldn't it be? You know? That's the real question. Hang on, don't do that. Don't do that. We gotta go preload 910. As it takes a minute.
Great shot, kid. That was 1 in a million.
Sub 5. Okay. We begin again. But this time, you know, hopefully in a way that would make for a valid submission to the leaderboards. Everything with the real world is fucked. Don't see why the live stream should be any different. Says Mephistopheles. Hello, Mephistopheles. What was I saying? OBS sucks. Complaining about OBS, the convoluted, complicated, unintuitive nature of it right before we realized the audio wasn't actually working through OBS, wasn't getting to where it's supposed to be. Oh, come on. That was fine. You prick. Woo! Okay. Man, that 1-1 delay is just so sticky. The reset coming into 1-1. It's never felt like that before. I need to turn what I'm hearing of the game up a little bit. Thinking messing with the microphone and whatnot, I think I may have turned it down for me a little bit below what I want. Shimata. Bad 1-7. Again with this, with you 1-8. You fucking 1-8 you. Now we gotta go for the 2-1. I didn't really get it.
Cheer 100. The question of the stream: how long would it take AI to learn this game if given no instructions?
I don't know. Could it do it at all? is a real good question. I mean, I haven't seen what AI has been capable of doing in gaming. Then again, like, my perspective on this is also like speed running. So being able to play through it's just oof. I've seen systems try and learn to do like simple 2D platformers, and it's some pretty tough stuff. So to go into a 3D environment that's as like grueling as this is, with its like what we're about to come into 210, this, I mean, obviously the AI wouldn't know this trick, but just having to like move through 210 conventionally is the kind of thing that human players understanding what they're supposed to do, understanding that there's a goal to get to and things to jump on, in order to make that happen. It's a level that the first time you beat it can take you an hour or more. I have a lot of respect for AI, and especially in, you know, lingual and intelligence and stuff like that. And really, you just no reloading of my jump there. Cool. Turn. There we go. Turn that up a little bit more. Yeah, that's more what I want from it. But trying to learn to play 3D games. You know, what level of success have they attained with that? Can they at least play shooters and stuff? Can they play Fortnite? Can they play Overwatch? So Lady Pawn and I have been watching Dexter. And we're well into the first season now. You know, watching it again. I never saw it all the way to the end. I stopped at a certain point when I was like, this is bad. So I never got to the end, because the middle was already intolerable to me. But we're rewatching it from season 1, and it's been fun. Well, I needed to do this right, and I didn't. I can't. I mean, I can. And I did. So, to hell with it. We'll do it the slow, but consistent way. Certainly
Can't do it. We'll do it live. Okay. We'll do it live. Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live. Fucking thing sucks.
It felt like, in whichever season I stopped watching Dexter, it felt like they started writing it live. It felt like there was a writer's strike or something, you know? Like, what the fuck happened? How did you go from what you were doing before to, like, between seasons? It felt like they forgot who the characters that they'd been writing even were, is how it ended up feeling to me. And that's why I was like, I'm out, you know? In addition to this season's like serial killer chased story just kind of sucking. I feel like you've messed up who LaGuerta and like who these people are. It's as though you just forgot who you'd written them to be because you wanted to write them in a different way for this season or something. Like, cocaine is an awful drug, is what I have to say. Writers under stress. I get into like season 4 or 5 or something, kind of a thing. Get out a little powdered sugar and try and figure out some inspiration. I mean, you gotta, like, how do you explain it? And it's like probably drug use from the lead writer, yeah. So that's always intolerable when you're watching it again. Well, it was good until it wasn't. You know, it's like Game of Thrones, you know, which I didn't watch. I didn't watch at all. According to pretty much everybody. It was good until it wasn't. So yeah, we started watching, you know, the good stuff again. Wow. 2 levs and out. I've never had a 2 levs and out 310, I don't think. It's always 3 levs and out is like the best. Whoa. Hey, watch out. Yeah, already like some real good, real fun scenes where, you know, Dexter's girlfriend's ex-husband has been, you know, shows up and is a problem for everybody for several episodes worth of the series, and eventually Dexter kind of just snaps on him and grabs an iron skillet, and and it's just very satisfying, right? Fucking come on! With your fucking bullshit tit shits! The fuck is this? Wow. And I'm not that far behind, so I guess I keep going, but fuck! It's not even, it's like, that's not what happens there. Like, yes, it fucks you over a lot, but that's not how it fucks you. It doesn't do it, like, on the second fucking gate over and over again, like that shit. If it was doing it on the 3rd or 4th gate, I'd just be like, yeah, that's 4 or 5 for you, but that wasn't 4 or 5 for you. That was... I don't know what the fuck that was. Okay. Well, I think it will get me there. Whoa, as long as I don't get hit. It was slower than running it. I just ran it normally. Mephistopheles says, I binged the first 7 seasons of Game of Thrones. In preparation for the final season, having not watched it before, just to get hit with that terrible season 8. There you go. That was the story of Dexter on Showtime. But I don't think it was like right at the end. It was kind of, you know, about the 2/3 point. It started to turn shit and got shittier and shittier as it went, and then it just ended. I don't know. I didn't, you know. Like I say, if it turns bad on me, I just walk away. I have a tolerance for stuff, though. You know, like I watched all of Bleach. I did watch all of Bleach. A lot of people are like, oh my god. But even thinking back on it, it was just that it, like, to my mind, it wasn't that the story was bad or it turned bad or anything like that. It was just that they dragged it out, like Shonen Jump does. Like, you know, like, that's just what they do. They learned it from Takahashi Rumiko, and fucking now, you know, they all do it. But I didn't feel like it was like the story was bad. It was just, you know, 900 episodes longer than it needed to be to communicate the story. And so it wasn't bad. I kept watching it. But the moment that Dexter, you know, turned, like, the characters were wrong. It's just like, these aren't these people. What did you do? And the story for the season was kind of just silly and goofy, and what the fuck is this? You know, I gave it 3 or 4 episodes, and I was like, okay, I gotta find a new thing to give a shit about in media, because this ain't it anymore. You gotta have self-respect. Respect your time. So right now, there's like a little piece of something on the fucking mouse pad that I keep trying to... keeps rubbing up against my hand and distracting me. Yep, there it is, there it is. I keep trying to, like, swat it away, and then every time I try and swat it away, it, like, disappears somewhere, and it's gone until it's not anymore. I don't need a little chunk of something on the mouse pad. Cat shit? No. That's the only thing that I would assure that it's not. It's probably like a lentil or something from a soup that I had. Ooh, this goes all the way? It can. It's not like the best one to take all the way, but it does go all the way. Nice. Again. Nice. Ooh, nice. It was scary to me. It's a little bit too high, a little bit too low. It was all of the things were right and wrong at the same time. It could have broken anyway, as far as I'm concerned. Good hit, good start. Damn it. Fucking cocksucker! Dropping the truck is fucking guaranteed. I don't know what the fuck happened there. See? That's all that had to happen the first time. I think if we miss 710, then it's a reset. I mean, we're 20 fucking seconds behind. It's probably a reset no matter what I do, but... Nice. Okay, I guess I'm still running it. You know, we haven't... This is still kind of the warm-up run for the day, so... God damn it. Fuck, I knew it was gonna do that. I knew it was gonna... It was too good was the problem. It was too good, it was too fast. I needed to, like, pull it back in like that. That could go. Nice. Pull it back. Couldn't be pulled back. Okay, this one's good. Yeah, hit it again. How are the cats, by the way? Asks Mephistopheles. I feel like you haven't mentioned them in a few years. They're fine. They're, you know, we got, there's Donner and Blitzen and Rudolph and Nixon. We got, 6 upstairs, 4 downstairs. Everybody's good. Rando, the blind cat, always like, you know, bumping into another cat and swatting at it, and then getting, you know, swatted in the eye, and then she like ends up like squinting with that one eye for the like next day or kind of a thing. Which is funny because she's fucking blind, so it's not... She's squinting because... I don't know why she's squinting, honestly. Oh. Right, it's the end. There we go, a nice solid 1343. Just out of curiosity, what's a 1343? It's the rank I've got. It's a 7th rank kind of a run. It's a, yeah, 7th ranker. Alright, good run. Paws is, you know, fat as ever. He's just got his, some kind of hormonal, glandular kind of a thing that just makes him a big old puffball. There ain't any other cat in the house. They all eat the same food, they all that kind of stuff. None of them are fat except for Paws. And, you know, I don't feel like he eats more than other people. If anything, he's frequently the one who's, you know, puking up his food. Bringing up a lot of food with a hairball kind of a thing. 'Cause he's a big old fat furry puffball. So he's got a lot of hair that he licks off of himself. And he ends up having to hork up later. Wow. It actually went pretty good. And check out this, like, this world one time. That's a 57-3 without without pause whips. 57-3 just pause bouncing. Like, damn. During a full game. I guess it's because I don't usually do 1-6 and it gave me the weird jump. Which made it kind of necessary for me to do 1-6. Give me that extra big jump, so I immediately pick up a second or two from that. The fuck is a pause whip, says Mephistopheles. Well, so we've got the pause bouncing, right? You turn around, and you run into the front of the truck, and you And you hit pause. That's what I'm doing right now. Holy shit, this is gonna be gold. Uh-huh. Wow. God damn it. So pause whip is when, instead of having levitation, you choose the truck whip ability, which is where if you're standing on a truck, you hit the ability and it just sends that truck flying forward. Pause whip is just doing a pause bounce but firing off the pause whip ability while you do it, and it goes much faster to the goal. But it doesn't have, like, the height. And it's harder to bring it to the end. There's a lot of levels where it just doesn't work. It's faster, but it doesn't go as far, necessarily, unless you get a really good one, kind of a thing. So it's not too viable across the full game run. Although Danyan is working on trying to make it as viable as possible. So my PB in Desert World uses the pause whips. And I don't even remember what it is, like a 53 maybe? A 52? I don't know, maybe it's a very low 50s kind of a time. Oh, really? But to get a 57 without using pause whips is means you did a damn good job. With your pause bounces. Okay, here we go. Let's get something. Good. Good, we got through it. And 4-7 didn't hold me there bouncing my face off the back of a truck either. Top runs use it till the end of Ancient, says Danyan. That's... really? You mean just Emily, right? No, I presume you mean Emily and Wolfie. I can't imagine Mr. Glainer doing it too. But I didn't follow his, after a certain point, you know, I was verifying a lot of his runs and stuff like that, but at a certain point Sarah came on and she was doing most of them, and so I wasn't privy to it all. Emily and Glainer? Really? Glainer did it. Glainer... I guess he did, yeah, hard focus that shit. He was doing... His focus on... like, no utility... to use it without levitation gave him that kind of ability to do that. He put a lot of practice into being able to do it without levitation in the no utility category. Wait. Yeah. So his pause bounces, like, in general, were already, like, huge, all of them. Because they had to be, because he didn't have lev to play with there. Okay, second try ain't bad. So I guess it makes sense that when you've already trained yourself to hit like really good pause bounces without anything, extra without needing any lev. And adding the whip in wouldn't be that difficult. Shoot. God damn it. It's nothing of a level. Stuck into a reset loop. Ooh, almost screwed that up. What are the, you know, what's sort of the failure point? Whoa! The failure point, the reset moment in, like, forest. Once you get out of desert and you're still trying to use the pause whips. Where does it... Where's the most likely... you know, moment to get screwed in forest to cause a reset. Oof. Damn it. I did not get the primary method here. All skill, no luck. Damn it. I'm just having to pull them all back because my aim... That could barely go. Woo! Oh, that looks good. It's a little bit far to the left. Yeah, I'm gonna have to steer. Which means it slows down a lot. Damn. But the speed, the opening speed was nice. Wow. I almost reset that. I was like, that ain't going. Internally. Yeah, I need something better than that. Good 9-3. Good 9-4. Good 9-5. It's not the fastest, but it's in. No problem. No, you fucker. Nice start. Yes. I just hit it. We got a PB. We got ourselves 5th rank. 5th rank with a deep cut. 8 seconds time save over 5th rank. Even after 9-7 fucked me out of the sub 13. It was a good 9-7 too. I didn't go early when it wasn't there. I feel fine about my decision making on that 9-7. I didn't go early when I shouldn't have. I waited till I got one that could have made it, and I feel like I dropped the truck at a very good moment to drop the truck. And it's just invisible terrain. There's always a fucking coin flip of a chance. But yeah, hell of a run. 20 seconds ahead in 9-6. And there's the 5th rank that we've been gunning for what? 2 months of, I mean, for as long as I've been preparing. Shit, I would have liked to scroll through this while it was still green. I forgot. I needed to tab out, or the auto splitter was gonna automatically reset us. Yeah, that was the run, baby. That got us to our place, but now my goal is sub 13. We've got the 5th rank.
Cheer 100, you ran like a man with his penis on fire.
That was the motivation that I needed. And we got it. Wow, 13:08. Another 9 seconds to save, 8.9, so it's really 13:09. Another 9 seconds to save to get to sub 13. And no better time than right fucking now, I guess, huh? We've only been here an hour. What have I, say, alright, that's the end of the live stream. I got my rank. No. We gotta keep going. And we just gotta get a little lucky with 9-7. Yeah, that's actually kind of huge that if we get to the end with just sort of holding even with PB and we get a decent 9-7, like it could be like 15 seconds time save. If I get like a first try 9-7 that just goes, I did like 3 resets. And then I flew one probably like 8 seconds into the level before that died. So there's like 11, and then plus the clear itself. There's anywhere between 10 and 15 seconds to save right at the end of the game. It means that all these runs can be well behind, and I still have a reason to, like, stay on them, keep running them. That said, I'm not going to be beating my 57.3 second opening of Desert too often here. Oh, damn it. I think I also did the slow versions of 2.1 and 2.2, didn't I? Apparently not, because I didn't beat them there. I wonder how good the rest of the run is. I'm finding out right now by running against it. We find out how bad this is gonna be, how good or bad this is gonna be for the mental game, you know? Looks like this run started pretty solid. I also recall golding several things, so... Okay, this 2.9 I think goes all the way. Especially if I drop a truck. I feel like 2.10 didn't go well for us, so this should save time. Yeah, I picked a little something up. Ooh. Nice directional 3-2. I think I matched PB here, more or less. Good first try, 3-3. Trick to that 3-3 is to not pause too early, I think. I think my, when I'm having troubles with it, it's because I'm pausing early. Oh no. Unfortunately, now I need things like 4-5. Yeah. Because we got it. First try on that run, on the PB run. Okay, hey, first try 3.9. Take it every time without caring how good or bad the direction is. Boy. A reset, and then I get like a really shitty one. I picked my slot, I saw him coming. Oh yeah, we had a big fail on 4-2, so that's good time save. Nice. And a first try 4-4 should pick up a couple of seconds. But it all comes down to this 4-5. Okay. We're running. Perhaps you needed a cooldown before another run, Sister Mason. Doesn't look like it. It didn't stress me out that much, you know, that's the main thing, is that we have now done this so many times. We've come to the end. Oh, come on, give me a little jump off of that and I'm fine. We've come to the end of the run. Okay. This one's dead to 410. Wow, that could have golded if I wouldn't have gotten on the Oh, it golds anyway. I wouldn't have gotten on the directions there. But we've done it so many times, we've come to the end with like 20 seconds time save, and then shit went wrong kind of thing, that this time I was ready to lose it to some bullshit and not really care that much, because I know that, you know, it's just a matter of time. This is just where we're throwing our darts now. They're all grouping in the same spot, and that spot is very fast. It's very sub-13 capable. Whoa! Another gold. Mm-hmm. If we get this first try, it's time save. Yep. It's a little bit of a slow one, but because it's first try, it's still going to be time save. I would think. Nice, 6-3. This one I had a bunch of nonsense on, so this should be time saved too. I remember struggling with 6-7 for no good reason. Watch out for that tree. Wild hitbox. And I'm still not doing 7-2. It's crazy. That's an all the way kind of a guy. Damn it. Bounce off of this one. Safety. Don't do that now. Whoa. That hit though. Oh, is there time save here? Got it. Shoot. Okay, all skill, no luck. Damn. That's just I think that was doomed way back here, like I didn't have the height. Good getting a second try anyway. Mitigates the losses. Oh, looked real good. God damn, my hand. Get to the outside. Alright, not great. That doesn't go. That might go. It doesn't. That doesn't either. I'm just getting fucked. They're all like a millimeter from doing what they need to do. This one goes. Wow, but barely. We're all just a little bit not enough. Oh, cool. Uh, 8-7. If you're gonna lose in World 8, it's probably gonna be the 8-7. Especially with my hand, man. The 8-7, it's incredible that I'm able to get the consistency out of it that I can with that shaky turnaround. If I didn't have the handshake, I feel like at this point I know exactly what I want to do, where I want to put it. If I didn't have the handshake, I think it's a first tryer most of the time. Ooh, very speedy. Stay the outside here since it's low. Yeah, cool. So where were the big time saves we found? Nine, 7. Yeah. But the ones that we just ran into, I was like, oh yeah, this has got a big... I feel like this can be a time save, right? 210, first try. I think that's a big one. Very nice. Oh, fuck you. They're falling. You see what's happening. It's like they're running past the truck without getting a little stop thing, and they're falling at weird rates. doesn't work. That does. It's a very nice 4-1. Good looking 4-2 as well. Ah. Oh, 4-2. Right. That's one of the big spots. Is 4-2. Okay. So 2-10, 4-2. Nope. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. I was green. For a moment I was green. You took green away from me. I really want to compete. Should be doing 1-6. Nice. Look at that. That could gold, really. Almost ran down the front of that one. I can't believe that 2-1 and 2-2 were losing time. What the hell did I do in PB? Oh, okay. Hey, let's just run it like a noob. Alright. Losing time across these, but what are you gonna do? Something like that. That's what you're gonna do. For a sub 10 3-4. Thank you. It's very kind of you, honestly. All height, no nothing. Wow. It was very low. Match, they just about go all the way right there. Come on, man. And we're suddenly green. Nice second try with all the speed, though. Damn. Fuck you. I'll go the other side. Fuck you, I'll go the original side. Whoa. I feel I should have gotten hit by those. Fuck. I'll go under. Wow, that was a really nice hit. Nice. Made it work. It's almost reset worthy. Oh shit, this one actually has to be run in. I'm pretty sure we golded on this one in PB, so I ain't matching that. Really? I beat... Okay, so I must be... I recalled that incorrectly. It must have been like a previous run or something. Angela's messaging, hitting me on the Discord server. Probably the Minecraft server's down again. For some reason we started having trouble with it, and just in the past 2 days, nothing has changed on my end, on the server's end, so... kind of would want to blame the host. Say that, you know, whatever... It's a shared package, so maybe they've got somebody else on the server who's like crashing the whole server or fucking things up for everybody else. I don't know. But it's new problems. Could have to do with Geyser, though. Geyser's a plugin for Minecraft that allows Minecraft Bedrock clients to connect to a Minecraft Java server. And we just haven't had many players using it. Now we do have Elgato popping onto the server using Geyser. So if there's going to be a problem, you know, that could be causing instabilities. Which is why I was thinking one of the things I could try is separating the ports. Right now, the port is shared. Whether you connect with Java or Bedrock, you come in through the same port. I could change that. I don't know that goes all the way. I'm gonna make sure that it goes. By landing it and bringing it in. No. Ah, if that hit would have been better. That was like the perfect hover landing to start out that method. Nope. Fuck. I thought about it. You saw me hesitate. Hesitation got me. Nice. A perfect 7-8. A sub 27 second clear too, damn. Get this first try. All skill. No luck. Damn. Well, I did sub 15 it. Anyway. Okay, going down the middle. First try. Bad hit here. In fact, I just should start steering it. It's just slow. Fuck. I gotta run on something. This is fine. Wow, monster hit here. That could be it. Yeah. Wow. Speedy. Good hit. Oh, baby. No, fuck. It wasn't going to be sub 13 anyway, but would have been nice to stack PBs, I suppose. And within like 3 attempts of each other, that's 2 5th rank runs. 3 or 4 attempts of each other. So yeah, my darts are grouping. 1304 maybe? In 1258, yeah, if I would have gotten a 6-second clear, and you know, I can get a 5 or a 4, but if I would have gotten like a 6-second clear, then yeah, 1304, very, yeah. 2 1310s though, or I mean 2, damn. I mean, this is what I'm doing now, huh? Look at that. Was I ever 2 digits behind? I don't think I was. Oh, right there. At 9.5, I was 2 digits behind. And then at 9.7. 9.4, actually. 9.4, I fell to 2 digits behind. Because of the many resets on 9.4 to get one that I still had to run in, schlep in the hard way. And then that's how much time there is to save on 9.7. That wasn't even a first try 9.7. That was a second try 9.7. Well, and look at that. Coming into 4.4, we were 10 seconds ahead. If 4.5 would have cooperated. Alright. How long we been here now? An hour and a half. This might just be a 2-hour long live stream then. Instead of having a first live stream break, we're just gonna end the fucking thing. I'm gonna be walking out of here with world record. There you go. That's a starter 1-1. Holy shit, PB? No, that wasn't. Wow, I've gotten that before then. Because that should have been gold. But yeah, possibly one of the things that's helping us out here today is that I don't have anything to talk about. I can't think of anything. No, I had been taking it easy after some ME type stuff, and so I haven't like done much. Yesterday was the first day that I really got back to work in earnest on like the game design stuff, and I did. I was looking to get hit the other way from the bouncers there. I did the design of what may just be the player character. It's what I had in mind when I was designing it, but I didn't know what direction I was going to go. You know, I just got in there and knew that I had a humanoid. One of my ideas was to like give him one robot arm. This is supposed to be a sci-fi game. Sci-fi future. This is all 16 by 16 tile. 16 by 16 pixel tile size. Like basically Nintendo era graphics is what I'm doing for this game. 2D top-down Pokemon style thing. And one of my first ideas was to give him give your character a robot arm But I realized if I did that, then I'd have to animate. I'd have to do a whole extra layer of animation, because you would have a left side animation that would be different than a right side animation, and that's just inconvenient. It's the kind of thing where maybe after you get a little bit deeper in, and you know, you can come back and add that kind of thing if you want, but gotta have reasonable limitations while you're trying to get to the point where, god damn, another incredible 1-3. Trying to get to the point where you got a playable game. Strutting his stuff, says Jameson. Yeah. I worked up the walking cycle for the character from side, forward, and rear. And really happy with what I came up with, and actually what I posted yesterday, I tweaked today. It is amazing. You're only working with, you know, the character is 15 pixels wide. That's how many pixels I have to choose, you know, what I'm gonna make them look like and stuff like that. And in that space of 15 pixels wide, I have decided that I was done at like 3 different points that I came back. And nope, I wasn't done. Found a way to like polish it a little bit more, found a way to clean up the animation, make it look a little bit smoother. So actually what I posted as a video last night before I started the live stream, I came back to it and polished it with another like 30 minutes worth of little touch-ups. It's amazing, you know, what you can insinuate in terms of animation when you're working with these almost nothing in terms of pixels. And the more you get comfortable with it, the more you can accomplish with it. So by the end of the day, I was better at it than at the beginning of the day, and by this morning I was better at it than I had ended the day, so I came back and kept working on it. This goes all the way. No truck drop even. Fuck. I was too confident. I was even just being silly with the truck drop. I was like, I don't need the truck drop, I got it, but I need to switch to a left strafe and plan to actually drop the truck instead of just relying on it. And I did integrate the character into the game. I did code up a class for this particular character. However, it's not. It's very buggy, is what I found. This is the first character that I've made in this engine that I've also made that's actually using the functionality that I just sort of planned ahead of time, which is four-way facing. You know, you can face east, west, north, and south. My previous moving character that I was using for the player was just an east-west facing sprite, so it only needed two-way considerations. I thought I'd planned for four-way so that it would work when it was time, but basically when you walk west, it's good. You walk north, it's good. When you walk east, it actually walks to the north. No, it walks... Yeah, no. It walks to the north when you walk to the east. I think it's actually south and west that work. And then when you walk to the north, it just doesn't... It does whatever. It just holds whatever was like the last frame that it was on. So, very buggy for some reason. And we'll have to go back into the code and dig through to try and figure out what it is. Like, what needs to happen. And honestly, the more that I look at the character code, you know, we're coming into an era where now I've got characters, and I may have tried to, like, plan for them a little bit too much before I actually had them. And so now I'm thinking that maybe a character actually is a prop. Maybe a character is derived from a prop, or at least it seems like a lot of things should be shared between prop and character, if not all of them. And then the character is just, you know, it's a prop that is motive. You can move it around and stuff like that, but so a character might want to derive from a prop. The character class is what I mean. And if it doesn't, I still feel like what you would want to do is create like a base class that they both share, because so much of what's in there makes sense for both classes, I would think. You know, they can both be animated, and the character just adds considerations like facing and switching into different animations and different states and stuff like that, but all the base stuff that a prop does, I'm pretty sure a character does too. And I think I need to start being a little bit more forceful about my coding convention preferences when it comes to object-oriented programming with ChatGPT, which is the who's helping me on this project. ChatGPT has frequently said, you know, it'll probably get messy if you start nesting classes like that. And I'm thinking, at this point, no, that's the way that I want it. You know, it's good logic. It's good, solid logic. And it might seem messy to somebody else's mind, but I don't think so. I think it makes a lot of sense to group these things together. And then also, importantly, if the function works for props, it'll work for characters, and if it doesn't, if there's a bug in it, then the bug will be everywhere, and that means, one, you'll find it easier, and two, when you fix it, it'll be fixed everywhere. You know, centralizing the code like that is important. I think there's been a number of times where ChatGPT has talked me out of a object hierarchy that I knew would be good. This time I'm not gonna let him. Ugh. Nice 3-1 launch. I like it when you get that little boost down the front of the truck. Here we go. Fuck you. If my screen is full of gray, then it really should have registered it. Very nice 310. Pretty sure it's not going to beat PB. I remember PB being like, wow! Damn. This is where we get a bunch of time back right here. Okay, not bad. Yeah, freaking dragon. All height. God damn it. You gotta freak me out like that. There you go, one I don't gotta fight for. Ooh, I didn't think that was coming in. Nice. Sub 4.7. 4.6 out of that method. Still not messing with 7.2. I think you should be allowed to make the trucks of different colors as Mephistopheles. I chose this color. You know what you just made me think of, though, is the idea of what if the trucks changed color based on whether you were ahead or behind? With your PB. It'd be fucking awesome. Coordinate that. Damn it. Height. And they can go gold if you've golded your last split. Yeah, hey, there you go. You got a lot of good ideas. Nice. Here we go. Made it. First try, 710, baby. You like me now? Damn it. I might go. Yeah, it's alright. I don't know if it's faster than steering. I'm not gonna complain. Oh. Yeah, I felt like I needed a touchdown there. Good. None of this is good. That doesn't go. I just gotta try and make this work. Yeah. Well, another good run. Might as well finish it. Someone just has to code the splitter to do the wild thing that we described. Yeah. Noah, get on it. All right, now we get to take a live stream break anyway. Go ahead and just bank that. Save these splits. And yeah, live stream break time. Get myself some new ice, cool down a little bit. We're kicking names and taking bubblegum over here. So stick with me across this 7-minute live stream break. I will play some ads. It's a good chance to grab a snack, grab a drink, do whatever else you feel like you need to do that I don't want to hear about it. Don't involve me in your sickness. Meet me back here in 7 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Pawn not out. Is this still... You're not in there. Yeah, you don't exist. Pawn not out.
Brazil, where art were entertaining June. We stood beneath an amber moon and whispered softly, someday soon, someday. We kissed,
I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome back to a twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn live stream on twitch.tv /Ronan Pawn. We picked up 5th rank today. Finally brought it in with a 13-minute 8-second run. Maybe 13.9 on the retime. It's a very high 8. But that clears the 5th rank hurdle by 7 seconds, at least. And, or by right around 7 seconds. And we're still, now I'm gunning for sub 13. I'm only 9 seconds away from the 13 number. From going 12 something, I might as well grab it the way that I grabbed this, this watermelon flavored popsicle during the live stream break. It's almost gone. Don't you worry about nothing. Big Daddy takes care of you good. I remembered one thing that we could talk about. Like, today's been a very quiet day for me just because I don't got... I got nothing to say. I've been meditating. You mentioned that. Started up a proper full-on morning routine. I think a morning routine can do a lot for you if you can, get one going, especially when it's not like a morning routine that you have that's utterly dictated by the fact that you have to get to work at fucking 7 a.m. If you have a morning routine that you commit to, not because someone has created a situation where you have to commit to it, but because you are choosing to commit to it. You put your time into it, and you can get a lot out of it. So I have now a morning routine that includes a meditation. I'm doing what I call the climbing the small mountain, climbing the little mountain, something like that. It's what I've named it in my head. Okay, popsicle gone. And what you do, when you climb the small mountain. The reason why I call it climbing the small mountain, by the way, is that the sort of core truth of Zen, what Zen is trying to teach you, is trying to make you aware of, is that there is no mountain. That you keep, spending your life climbing mountains. There are no mountains. You keep inventing the mountain. You are the mountain that you are climbing. It's not just that you are inventing the mountain. Because that turns the mountain into some kind of external thing that you've created so that, you yourself can climb or something like that. No, you are your own mountain. You are creating the mountain that you are climbing. You are the source of the challenge that you feel that you're facing. You are the source of the questions that plague you. You are the source of the worries and the doubts and everything else. You are the mountain that you are climbing. And the truth of that is, the truth of the mountain is that there is no mountain. You are the mountain, and there is no mountain. These are the sort of core truths that Zen is leading you toward, slowly but surely. But won't necessarily just say out loud like I just did. You are the mountain you're climbing, and there is no mountain. So, as a bit of an inside joke, I call my meditation climbing the small mountain. And it's got multiple layers to it, this joke, because first off, it's mountain shaped. The meditation. It is a breathing practice, as all real Zen is. Fuck your Huadus and your koans. It's breathing meditation, and in this meditation, I climb. The way that you want to start out if you're going to pick up a meditation, if you start practicing Zen or something. Why am I doing this? What is wrong with me? You want your breathing meditation to simply be breathe in, count 1, breathe out, count 2. That kind of a thing. Pick whichever, whether you want the odd numbers to be on the up or the down breath, it doesn't matter. But, you know, breathe in on 1, breathe out on 2, and count them and focus on the rising and falling of your breath. Breathe from the stomach, breathe from low. It'll draw the oxygen into the bottom of your lungs. It's the most relaxing way to breathe. It's the way that babies breathe. Babies don't breathe by with their like chests lifting and lowering. They don't breathe with their shoulders moving. They breathe from their bellies. And that's the way that we want to breathe in this meditation. So you breathe from your core, you breathe deep, you breathe slow. Can I land you? Turn around, get another hit. And if you're just, you know, starting out a meditation, and you want to start by counting 1 on the inhale, 2 on the exhale, that kind of a thing. I practiced as a monk in a monastery, a Zen monk for 3 years, so the meditation that I've developed is a little bit quieter. In the beginning, I mean for many years probably, after you begin a meditation process, begin a meditation practice, having the touchstone, the mental place to land on by saying 1 in your mind, 2, 3, by actually counting these breaths as you inhale and you exhale. It's very important. You need an anchor to try and help keep you from drifting off into your thoughts, and you're making plans for futures that may or may not come, and you're worrying about yesterdays that you can't change, and all of that. You need an anchor. And we use our breath as the anchor, and counting the breath helps to like fill that space, that head space that you always have active. You just got, you know, a head full of bees, just monkeys bouncing off the walls is what you've been living with. And meditation is trying to turn that off. You know, we're not trying to think about anything while we're meditating. We're trying to cease thought, really. It's the cessation of thought, the cessation of worry, of, are you fucking kidding me? This is the level where I could have gotten time back, by the way. We're trying to just be present without adding or taking anything away from the present moment. That's what we're doing in meditation. We're just being. We're sitting and we're breathing with our senses open, ears, eyes, all of them. That's all we're doing. And you're going to need an anchor. You're going to need a couple of different anchors, probably, to try and keep you grounded. Nice. While you're starting a meditation practice, because your mind is so used to filling the space, filling the empty space. We're going to create empty space by just sitting here, doing nothing, and breathing, and just focusing on our breath. And, you know, especially however many hours you spend a day staring into a phone that's designed to do nothing more than, like, keep you distracted and, you know, constantly fill that space in your head with something. We're gonna sit down and try and not fill the space. Try and actually become comfortable in our own skin, comfortable with silence, comfortable with lasers. We don't worry about comfortable without feeling the need to fill every goddamn moment with something extra, something more than what's apparent, more than what's just happening. And so having those points to count, 1, 2, 3, 4, and having them frequently, you know, it's when you inhale, you count 1, when you exhale, you count another. It's important. It's important to have those when you first get started for the first decade or so of your practice. At a certain point, you may find, after a lot of meditation, you may find that this counting your breaths is actually kind of loud. You get to a point where you're so comfortable with the silence and in the emptiness into which all things emerge, that the counting of your breaths is actually a bit of a nuisance. It's loud, it's distracting from just the pure awareness of this current moment. And at that point, you might consider climbing the small mountain. Here's what climbing the small mountain is. This is my meditation. I invented it. I mean, kind of. Nobody taught it to me anyway. The only difference that it is that you only count on the exhales. Count 1 on the exhale. You inhale, you count 2 on the exhale. You inhale, you count 3 on the exhale. And this is just a quieter form of meditation where there's less thinking. If you need the anchor, and you shouldn't, if you're trying to start meditation, you shouldn't be you shouldn't be trying to make it harder or think that there's something to accomplish by doing it in a certain way or another way. You're going to make more progress doing it the most helpful way, as opposed to, if you're worried that you're not doing meditation right enough, then, there's your problem, huh? There's that mind that always has to fill the space with something extra. You can't just fucking sit here and breathe. You gotta worry that you're not breathing right. Holy shit, man. That's what you're supposed to be meditating. That's what you're working on when you're sitting on the mat. Is that mind that has to add something to it, has to add judgment or self-doubt or self-criticism or some shit to it. But my climbing the small mountain meditation counts only on the exhales. Woo, a 4.5. That was a sub 4.6 using that method. And it golded. Damn. I did not mean to do this, but I made it work. Holy shit. Counts only on the exhales, and what it does is it counts up to 5. Okay. So only on the exhales, we breathe and we count up to the number 5, and then we come back down to 0. And then we count up to the number 10, and then we come all the way back down to 0, and then we count up to the number 15, and we come all the way back down to 0, and then we've reached the top of the small mountain at 15 breaths. And so now we have to descend the mountain, and we breathe, or we go from the counting up to 15 to just counting up to 10, and then back down to 0, and then counting up to 5, and then back down to 0, and then at the end, I usually keep, just sit in silence without any breaths at the end, or without any counting, without any breaths, just. I'm messing up the speedrun now. But yeah, just no counting at the end for an indeterminate amount of time. When you feel like you're it's done, then it's done. In particular, if you start to feel distracted, you start to feel yourself like drifting in your mind, kind of thing. It's probably better to just, okay, if you've lost your anchor, and then you call it done. But so you count up to 5, up to 10, up to 15, then down to 10, or then actually down and then back up to 10, down and then back up to 5. Up and down, 0 to 5 to 0 to 10 to 0 to 15 to 0 to 10 to 0 to 5 to 0. Oh shit, yeah. Pay a little bit of attention now at this point. Okay? Damn, it was good, I did it at the right place. It's just... What are you gonna do? And in particular, if you're looking for something to be doing during this meditation, number one, you're counting your breaths and you're focusing on it. But the important part is trying to keep your perception open. Just keep your senses wide. You're not trying to add anything to the moment. You're not trying to take anything away from the moment, but you are trying to be present for the moment. And that means, can you hear, like, outside the walls of your home that you're probably meditating inside of? Can you hear the birds chirping? Can you hear the cars going by? Are you present with this stuff? That goes. And when you're not, when you realize that you've been missing, this isn't great. Should probably just go ahead and steer it. When you realize that you're not present, you haven't been present, then you just interrupt whatever, like, chain of thought you're stuck in for the moment. It's nothing to be, worried about or ashamed of or angry at yourself over. Like, all of that is adding shit to the moment, which is what we're not doing here. You don't need anger, you don't need frustration, you don't need self-doubt, self-judgment, critique. The point here is to just keep coming back to this present moment. Keep coming back to your breath. Keep focusing on your breath. And if you can do that, just sit in a place, however is comfortable for you. Focus on your breaths, follow your breathing. Breathe in a way that's breathe deep, breathe from the gut. And breathe slowly, deliberately, satisfyingly. And if you can keep your senses open for that, then you're going to start to have some really crazy experiences, actually. just by being aware, just by being present in the moment. Shit will start to unlock. Eventually you'll be doing magic, you'll be walking on water and shit. It's crazy. Anyway, I've started doing my my meditation again. Damn. I feel like I had to, just go for the first one because we're so far behind. So even if it didn't come in and that one wasn't good, this one isn't that good either. Yeah. But 20 seconds behind, it was like, I gotta do it. I gotta go for that. So I've started up the meditation routine. That's part of the morning practice, or the morning routine. After the meditation, I apply my oils, my head oils, my hair and beard oils, my scalp and beard oils. And I had sort of fallen off from the habit of doing that until I put myself back into a daily regimen for it. Look at that, a sub 6. Sub 6 doing it that way. It's very good. Really bad 1.7. But, the 1.6 was... For the slow method, it was very fast. But that's not even what I was going to talk about. I was going to talk about that our power went out the other day. And I thought what happened was the power went out. It was 70-mile-per-hour winds here in southeast Michigan. And power went out for 3 seconds and then came back. But when it came back, my computer wouldn't turn on. Unfortunately, the uninterruptible power supply that I've had the computer on since 2018 or something like that, the lead-acid battery in it stops being useful in 2021. So it doesn't actually function as a UPS anymore. In fact, the side of it that works as a UPS, or should work as a UPS, can't be used at all and I just have to use the side that works as a power
Cheer
strip.
10, that's what did it to your settings.
Yeah, probably. Probably what fucked up our audio is the power went out, crashed the computer, and yeah, actually probably cables were switched from where they go too, because the story continues from there in that I thought the UPS had died. The computer wouldn't turn on, and I was like, okay, well, what probably happened is that the fuse in the UPS popped. And the reason I thought this was because, you know, there was the power came back on. There were the lights, and there were all kinds of things that were working in here. Fucking goddamn it. But the computer was not one of them. And so I was trying to figure out, you know, where it was coming from, what had stopped it, so I assumed that it was the UPS. Lady Pawn unplugged everything for me and managed to find all the extra stuff that we needed in order to plug my equipment in to a different outlet kind of a thing, or to without that strip and whatnot. And then when she'd done that, the computer still wouldn't start. And I was like, oh shit, the power supply blew. PSU on the computer got hit. It's crazy. It went through the UPS. I mean, I know it's not like a UPS anymore. It's not got the battery working in it, but it's still supposed to be a power strip. But, you know, it's an old power supply. It's almost 10 years, I would think, now. So I could believe it. It's like, god damn it. And it's probably, if the power supply blew, it's probably... Fuck you. If the power supply blew, it is probably just the fuse. You know? With all that stuff in between it, it would probably just be the fuse inside of it, popped and zapped, with all of the surge protection that was supposed to be there between it in the first place. So I took the computer, you know, got it all unplugged and put it in the bed with me, and you know, being mostly bedridden here means that my repair operations they're rather kooky. I can't stand on my feet, and in fact I had already spent like the energy that I had for the day in terms of being on my feet. That's why Lady Pawn was like doing the unplugging and plugging in for me. So I'm in bed with the computer open. I'm, you know, unscrew the power supply. I'm looking at how I can try and take it apart to get at the fuse. And at some point, I step out into the kitchen, and I notice that the clock on the oven is off, but the refrigerator is on and working, and they're both plugged into the same outlet. And then Lady Pawn tells me, yeah, and actually you can turn the oven light on, even though the clock for the oven isn't working. And I go, oh, I remember this. We've got one leg of power working right now. So American households are fed 240 volts of power, 220 to 240 volts. But it comes in over two 110 volt lines. And only like massive, you know, appliances, god damn it. Only massive appliances actually make use of the 240 by combining those two lines into a special outlet. And honestly, these days, you kind of don't need the 240 for anything. The outlet for the oven 220? No, it's not. Standard 12 gauge, 20 amp, average old ordinary. And yeah, in the modern world, 220, 240, it's just not needed. It's just not needed for anything. Like, I guess if you're running an electric water heater, then you'd have like 2 coils to do that, and each coil would draw from 1. I guess, alright, so since that's the thing is, I'm living in a world where my appliances are gas. Natural gas out here is cheap, and it's incredibly effective, and it's also really nice to have in winter when the power goes out, the option to, you know, turn the oven on anyway and be able to generate some fire and some heat and some warmth and stuff like that. Okay. I keep throwing it away on fucking 110. But yeah, my range and my oven is gas. My my water heater is gas. My clothes dryer is gas. So nothing needs the 220 in my house. Nothing at all. But frequently in this area, for some reason, when we have power outages, the power doesn't go out. What we lose is we will lose 1 leg of power. And that means that, like, things that don't require a certain amount of starting voltage or something like that, there's something that keeps a bunch of stuff from even responding at all. It's not as though there's nothing in the house. Well, in some circumstances, like with LED lights and stuff like that, sometimes they'll look, you know, browned out kind of thing. They'll be weak, they'll be flickery kind of a deal. But in this particular instance, this time, no. Absolutely, what was running was just running. Fine. And then other things wouldn't turn on, weren't working. Certain features of them wouldn't work, that kind of a thing. It's very strange, and if you're not used to it, which I am used to it, and I still didn't think that that was the problem for the first 35 minutes or something like that. You can be tricked by this. And, you know, it makes you worry, even after you're like, oh, it's probably that. You're still sitting there going, yeah, but we did just get, like, you know, a spike of... you know, the power went out, we probably got spiked with the voltage. What if just all of these appliances are fucking dead? You know, the fact that they don't respond at all. You know, you don't turn your computer, you don't press the button like the LEDs flicker on a little bit, but it doesn't start, the fans spin a little bit. No, nothing happens. Absolutely nothing happens. It's very scary. You know, living on 6 Mile in poverty, and then the power goes out for a second, and then nothing works anymore. It's like, did this? I literally said to Lady Pawn, like, that power outage maybe just ruined our lives. Like, while I was still thinking that my computer was wrecked, and the new wave oven, the electric oven that we got a little, you know, we don't actually use the gas stove much at all anymore. We do use this little countertop electric oven. But when all these things wouldn't turn on, my first thought wasn't, oh, maybe we've got half of our power cycle. It was, oh, shit. What if multiple devices just got fried? Ooh, okay. I didn't think I should have gotten that one, but thank you for it. Losing a leg is every other breaker would have power. Yeah, this is weird. Whatever it is that happens here, the same two different things can be on the same, like, outlet, and only one of them will work. You know, things on the same breaker. will work. We get a weird partial power state. And the things that work don't look like they're struggling. They don't look like they're weaker than usual or anything like that. It doesn't feel like it's a brownout. It's very odd. Yes. Look at that. Yeah, I thought so. That's why I went for it. Oh yeah, and that was the one where we struggled, and so that's not just gold, it's also we pulled back a shit ton of time. Nice. So yeah, we had that power outage, and I was pretty well convinced that a whole bunch of stuff had been destroyed. Until I saw that we had things that were on the same, literally plugged into the same outlet, and this thing was working, but that thing wasn't working. I was like, oh, I recognize this bullshit. And you know what? It could be that my house is wired wrong, because my dad was the one who hooked up our breaker box.
Cheer 10 if the pole or transformer tries to reset, and didn't you could get like 100 volts instead of the 120 causing partial function.
Yeah, I don't know. We're also at a weird spot in the grid, I think. We are like at a bit of a corner of like 2 or 3 different grids, and so there might be some weird shit going on because of that. Like if you go to the end of the street in one direction when the power's out, then there's it depends on which, direction the power's out.
And the oven outlet could be reversed in its receptacle, neutral to hot terminal and hot to neutral. Possible.
The refrigerator seemed to be working fine, which was crazy to me. It's a brand new refrigerator, and apparently these things, their compressors don't even, consume much electricity anymore. But it was surprising to me that the refrigerator seemed to be completely working. Not just the lights on the inside, but I could hear it, and I don't know, it didn't sound different than usual. It was running. Meanwhile, the goddamn clock on the oven for some reason wouldn't turn on. But, the light that's driven, that the oven has for it, the overhead light or the internal light or whatever, that was fine. Fucking weird shit. Absolutely weird shit. I wired up this house in terms of, like, the outlets and stuff. But my dad did the breaker board because he had actually done an apprenticeship that he didn't complete with an electrician, so he had at least some experience with that. And this stuff isn't that crazy. It's not that complicated. It's literally like copper wires being attached to fucking metal poles.
Cheer 10. Do you have a receptacle tester?
I don't think you're allowed to ask me that on Twitch. My penis is on fire. I actually probably do, but if I do, it's in the basement, and I travel to the basement once a year. It's not really in my... I'm not able to do the house things that I used to do. Our fence, for example, had a whole panel of it blow off this winter. And last summer I got Brandon. We had Brandon out to secure that fence, pour some concrete around the base of it and stuff like that at various points in order to actually hold it up, and the concrete held, but the panel, the actual slats, they were able to be blown off of the now secure footers, the now secure beams. So that's just out there, and all it takes is like 4 screws. Go out there with the electric driver and put it in there. That is on the level of things that I just can't do anymore. Really frustrating to know how to do stuff and to be like at the whim of having to pay some jackass a ridiculous amount of money to come out and do some nonsense that takes 3 minutes. Which so far I just haven't done. I refuse to do that. I refuse to pay some jack, except for a friend like Brandon, having him out to help. But yeah, I got tools for everything, and I just can't. I can't actually do any of the taking care of the house. Wow. It's a reset. 20-some seconds behind in World 4. Lady Pong can do the work for you. Just plug it in the different outlets to tell if it's crossed or open ground, etc. Yeah. She'd have to find it. That's the thing, is like every time it's something like this, I have to find it. It's probably in this location in the basement. And I have to guess, and then she has to go hunting for it. And she uses a walker when she leaves the house, too. She's a lot younger than I am, but, you know, she won her disability case. So she's disabled as well. But yeah, it'd be good to check some of those outlets. It's a problem that only exists when there's a problem on the grid, though. You know, there's absolutely no other issues. But it is quite hard. And we are, as I was saying, we're like at the middle of a triad of grids, I'm pretty sure. Or we're right near it anyway. We're between Hamtramck and Detroit, and like I think an area that heads off to power sort of the Woodward, I-75 Woodward kind of area to the west. And then there's like one that goes to the south, and then one that goes to the northeast. I didn't mean to do this, but I'm not paying attention to the run at all now, because I'm into storyteller mode. Could be loose wires. Yeah, and then they got tighter when the power company fixed the lines. Yeah, that's It was I reported the power outage. They you know, fixed the outage that was for, you know, the whole southeastern block or whatever like that, and when they fixed that, about 3 hours later, we came back online. I did have loose wires in one of the outlets, though, or one of the connections that I'd wired together. That was for this room, that was for my studio office that is now my bedroom as well. And they were, you know, the Ooh, that's a fast start. The wire cap on one of them, I think it had too many wires stuffed into it. Even though it was, you know, correct, it was the correct cap for the correct number of wires, it's still like sometimes they don't like it. It's hard to get them to sit in it. especially when you're working with 12 gauge, and this room was a lot of 12 gauge because I wanted, you know, I knew that I was going to be using this as a studio. I was going to have a lot of big lights and stuff like that, and a lot was going to be running off of two outlets. But so in this particular junction box in the basement, there had been loose connection in one of the wire caps, and it took like 4 years for it to arc enough to to have just completely broken the connection, but it had been arcing for years. And it's the reason why, if you go back and watch all those live streams from, you know, 2016 and on, really, I had the flickering light. That would just occasionally be a problem. And it was that loose connection. And eventually it burned all the way through. This was while I was, you know, in my bad ME days. And had to have my dad out at that time to get up in there and fix it. And he brought me down he brought up from the basement the chunk of wire that was just singed from the, just to show, or actually he brought the cap, I think it was, that was like really melted through or something like that had been arcing for 6 years. Just a little bit. Okay, over this time. It's bad. I have seen the issue at a business of losing a leg from three-phase service where to pull breakers weren't fully reset, causing a low voltage issue. Well, sounds like you know more about this stuff than I do. I was actually, when this issue happened where our power was kind of half out, half on kind of thing, since it's happened so many times before, I wanted to know where it comes from. I wanted to know, like, what is it that would happen out, you know, in the neighborhood, in the, you know, wires, the transformers, and the, you know, is this because of, like, the ground is, you know, like, I wanted to know. And so I Googled, you know, what is the cause of partial power, something like that. And obviously I could not get couldn't get the answer I was looking for, because the internet wants to, you know, tell you what the cause could be of your residential issue. Like, oh, well, have you tried, you know, checking your power box and making sure that the fuses are flipped? You know, that kind of shit. And it's like, that's not what I meant when I said I want to know the cause. Of, like, read the sentence that I wrote. That's what I meant. So I am curious, like, what would cause it? Because it has happened many, many times here. Where, like, the lights of a room will work, but if you plug anything else into the socket that the lights are share the circuit with, nothing will work off of that, or at least none of the stuff that I happen to test. It's also just crazy to me that, like, when this happens, that you don't get any, you know, indication of power. Fucking stop it. you don't get like a little faint kind of, you know, that's when I hit the power button on the computer, I would expect to see, you know, some of the LEDs like a little bit jump for a second, or the fans move for a second or something like that before it's like, oh, I don't have enough power. But apparently, you know, it's the technology of fucking goddamn it. This is where we could have saved a bunch of time. Your average PC power supply actually is really good at demanding the correct power condition before it will even turn on, or it will even try to turn on. Oh, good. If I don't get this right now, it's a reset. I should probably still call it a reset. Wow. In my head I said, if I don't get this by the second try, it's a reset. Just everything that I say is gonna be a reset. It gives me just that. Like it's just trying to eat my time. Like, yes, you should reset this run, but I'm gonna make it so that whatever you're willing to accept, that's what you're gonna get. The absolute minimum. Low voltage issues where you're only getting 80 to 100 volts from a 100 to 120 line, and the internal electrical components won't turn on, or won't turn on if they don't get the minimal voltage. I guess that was the situation this time then. Was that we're on low volts, but it must have been very close to like normal because so many other things were operating like just perfectly normally. The lights and whatnot, they didn't look dim, you know, they didn't look brownouty, wasn't any flickering going on. It was very, very strong. But you know, the furnace wouldn't turn on. Stuff that needs a good kick and then draws like 400 500 watts as it's running. The furnace blower fan. Like I say, we're gas here. But the biggest cost of running my furnace is turning the blower for 400 or 500 watts of electricity. Which I know because we've got something that my power company gave away for like $1, like in 2016 or 2017 or something like that. A little unit that monitors your power, reports it, you know, to the power company as well as you, and you get a little app on your cell phone and can check to see what your load is at any given time. I used to check that pretty regularly. Lights only need like 0.05 amps. And what else was working though? We had like her fucking coffee maker was working. Lady Pawn's got a, you know, coffee maker in her bedroom, and I asked her, do you mean that just like the heater, like you already had a pot brewed and it was just keeping it warm? And she said, no, I brewed a pot. And it's like, are you fucking kidding me? Heating elements usually draw like the maximum allowable 1600 watts or something like that. Why the fuck was that working? And I guess it's just, you know, non-smart devices were working. Devices that'll just take whatever power you feed them. Were happy enough to do what they could with, like a low voltage scenario. Meanwhile, anything that had like a minimum voltage some kind of protective circuit to it, was not having any of it. Like, eventually it started working, but one of the things that wasn't working at the beginning, so probably when the voltage was at its lowest, was our wireless router. You know, I've got the cable modem, the cable company's cable modem goes into my own wireless router, because even though theirs has, like, stuff in it, I don't. I'm not gonna let them track me. I don't trust fucking Comcast at all. So we go into my own wireless router where I've got things configured and DNS overrides and stuff like that. And I figure that wasn't working. And then even when it was like, when it was lighting up and showing that the Ethernet ports were active and stuff like that, it still wasn't actually working. When you tried to connect to it. You were able to try to connect to it. So I figure probably what it needed for its radio, for its, you know, Wi-Fi signals, was the biggest problem there, why it wouldn't start, why it wouldn't run correctly. But at the beginning of it, it just wasn't on at all. And it was part of, like, the reason why I was like, oh, the UPS went. You know, the fuses blew. Alright. That's a reset. We're already well behind. It wasn't just the computer, it was that. But, you know, it was one of those weird situations where I think the computer, I didn't realize at first, but eventually I realized that the computer and the monitors were plugged into the same socket. And the monitors would come on, but the computer wouldn't. Of course, the monitors are drawing, you know, 45 watts or less, and I only say 45 watts because, one of them is very old. One of these flat panels is old and probably wastes a lot of power. Is the UPS serviceable? I don't think it's meant to be, but, you know, I could. I could drop another lead-acid battery in there. Although, you know, trying to like solder a lead-acid battery into place, I don't know. Yeah, if it's permanently connected to the battery in there, then probably I wouldn't want to try it either. But I don't think it's meant to be. It's I was very disappointed in the UPS market when I went looking in like 2018 and got myself onto an uninterruptible power supply. It'd been a long time. You know, I used to be a computer repair technician, and we had a lot of business clients who we put into UPSs, and what I was most disappointed was that nothing has changed, and they're still awful. UPSs are exactly the same way, or they were a couple years ago, as they were when I was repairing PCs. In that, what I mean is, they're kind of set up like printers are or used to be. We've got a laser now, so I don't know what the inkjet market is anymore, but it used to be that your inkjet printer, like Canon and people, wouldn't let you actually, like, use your printer unless you had a certain amount of ink in the printer. Like, it wasn't just that you needed ink to be able to print. The printer would refuse to print if you were low on ink. Not out, low. And that was to sell more fucking ink. And UPSs are kind of like that, in that before they die, they try to die. they will like start beeping and notifying you in a way that like I'm dying and stuff like that, and that's fine. That's a nice feature. If you could turn it the fuck off, if you could make it so that it doesn't, you know, blast you with this horrific whine, this horrific like, you know, beep kind of a thing. It's, you know, on the scale of a smoke alarm that these UPSs have, and they will just like pester you to basically go buy a new UPS up to a year before you actually need one. You know, it depends on what you're trying to do with the uninterruptible power supply kind of thing, how much you demand from it, but a significant amount of time before that battery is actually like not really doing anything for you anymore, it's going to be complaining, you know, it's going to be trying to trick you into thinking that it's time to get a new UPS when you don't need one. You do not need one yet. And also the fact that they are kind of intentionally made to be disposable as opposed to, you know, serviceable. You have to pay big money to get a serviceable one where you can replace the battery when it gets old. It's all just sketch. It's all nasty, ugly. There's no reason why it has to be that way except for that it makes people money to scam other people. For the cost of making sure that you can disconnect the lead-acid battery that's inside, for the cost of engineering it slightly differently, we're talking about pennies per unit. But it's in their interests to sell you one that, you know, runs correctly for 2 years maybe, and then starts chirping at you. And you can't just buy a battery and replace it. You can't get an OEM thing. They want you to come back to them and buy a whole new thing. And anti-recycling, it's just bad all over. That's what I found of the UPS markets. And that's how I remember them. That's how I remember everything being back in the day. And it's just sad that nothing's changed, nothing's got better. Because, you know, you would think if there's a hole in the marketplace for someone to offer a reasonably priced competitor that does everything right, then, you know, someone's going to fill that hole, right? Somebody's going to claim that money. And problem is, you know, manufacturers and shit like that, just people are so greedy that, no, we don't want to do that. We like the situation. But maybe it has gotten better in recent years because of, you know, China. China actually has been making a lot of things better in that sort of regard. Wow, I'm shocked that I got through that way. Because that kind of competition in the industrial and manufacturing space actually does exist in China. So, products that make it to our shores, if nobody's making a UPS, you know what? Probably the reason why it wouldn't actually be solved by China is because there's a battery in it. And shipping batteries from China, you know, it's not really a lucrative. The motherboard that I bought for Lady Pawn's computer to replace it, that's of a Chinese brand that I got just because I was interested. I was like, ooh, what's this? I've never seen this brand before. I'm curious. It came without a watch battery in it. Because of the whole shipping a battery kind of thing internationally. Ah, it's being cheeky intentionally. I deserve it. I deserve to lose time there. should get me there. Doing pretty good. Keeping with PB. Shouldn't have said that before I came into this level. That sucks, but it does get us there. I shouldn't hit spacebar there. Force a habit. That's still a low 9. Oh, and apparently there was a fair bit of time to... Alright, time to save on 6-7, I remember. I remember saying, on this bullshit level, this is nothing. This is free. I'm struggling on this. Losing time to this level. Whoa. That's fast. Yeah, baby. It's gold fast. Nice 11-0. Not trying too hard. That's bad. We'll have to land it. Run it out. Nice. Good hit. Bad hit. It didn't really help. I don't remember if we got 7-10 in PB or not. Yes, we got it here. Looks like we must have gotten it. Go down the middle. First try? First try. That helps. Not bad. Fuck. This should save a little time, right? Didn't I reset on 9-1, PB? Yeah. Oh, fuck you. It might have been the same in PB. I don't know. I don't remember. Nope. Oh, okay. Counted. Not great, but it goes. Very nice. Yeah, baby. This is it. This is what you want. Good 9-7. Okay. Yeah, no way to PB. But it's another 5th rank run. It's like the 3rd 5th rank run today, I think. PB of 1308, I think we've had a 1310, and now a 1313 as well. And look at all that time that's just waiting for us. 9-6, 18 seconds behind, 9-7, 1 second behind. Keep running. We keep on running. What else can we talk about? I feel like it's worth stating again. You know, I've said it recently, but the aripiprazole that I take for ME, the fact that I like halved my dose in order to stretch the supply because doctors suck. Now that I'm back on the full dose, that's just night and day. Like the frequency with which I was having episodes of dyspnea, of just feeling like breathing wasn't actually getting enough breath, kind of thing. They're just gone entirely. now that I'm taking my full dose of aripiprazole again. And I just want to say to anybody with ME/CFS that these are the two medications that you need to be on. Fuck. Low-dose naltrexone and low-dose aripiprazole. For naltrexone, the starting dose is 1.5 milligrams, and if you don't tolerate the 1.5, if that's starting to, if that's already like feeling wrong or giving you symptoms or, making things worse, you don't push through you never in this disease do you push through anything. Never, ever, ever. This goes all the way. You start with 1.5, and if that's too much, if you can tell that's too much, then you go back to an even lower dose from that. Start, breaking it down, and I think I haven't had to do this with naltrexone because 1.5 was fine for me. In fact, what I'm taking now is 1.5 on one day and then 4.5 on the other day. I alternate back and forth. Fuck. But low-dose naltrexone and low-dose aripiprazole, and the dose for aripiprazole is like, what you want to get is a 2 milligram pill, which is the smallest that they make, I think. Commercially, retail-y, so to speak. And then you want to dilute it. You want to break it down to starting at literally like 0.1 milligrams. You want to go from the 2 milligram and dilute it so much that you're starting on 0.1. And, start from there and move up until you find the place at which you're getting the benefit, the max benefit without going over, sort of a thing, before it starts feeling like with naltrexone, for example, when I was titrating onto that, I got to a certain point where I could feel like there was a bunch of extra brain activity, just like I was wired. Wired is the word for it. I felt wired, couldn't quiet my mind, having a little bit of difficulty sleeping, and I knew, okay, that's where the line is for me. And at that point, it was actually, back then, the line was 3 milligrams, was where I needed to be. When I pushed to 4.5, I started to get that wired feeling. Penis check, says Gyrox. Oh my god, it's on fire! Put it out, put it out, put it out! I'm trying to run fast enough to put it out. There. God damn it. Okay, got through like that. I think I'm starting to get an idea of what I can do on 4 or 5. But low-dose aripiprazole, baby. I am now on a dose that is basically 0.33 milligrams per day. And the way that I do that, if you ever have to dilute medication, number one, you gotta know that it's the kind of medication that can be diluted. Some of it can't, safely. Alright, good 410. But the way that I do that is I actually measure out a certain number of droppers of water. I don't fuck with the milliliters, that kind of a thing when I'm measuring out the water. I find it, whoa. I find it just way easier, way more consistent to just get your water and that you're gonna dilute it in, and do it by dropper full. So what I'm doing right now is I get 24 droppers of water. The dropper that I'm using is just it's from a Boston Round 30 milliliter container. Standard little medical dropper there. But I do it 24 droppers of water, and then I dissolve 2 pills in that 24 drops of water, and then each day I take 2 dropperfuls. So that's 2 milligrams of medication getting diluted in 24 droppers of water that I then turn into 12 doses by taking 2 a day. And it's an easy way to do the titration without, you know, having to try and read the how many milliliters on a graduated beaker kind of a thing, which I do also have and use. You know, I play chemist, but only to a certain degree. I do not boil my glassware between every making. We've got so much energy in this disease, we use it. And what I do is I just spray everything down with alcohol. Isopropyl alcohol. Ooh. Slow. And then, when I go to actually use my water, I use boiling water, obviously. Or I use, boiled water. So I boil the water, and then while the water's, still at that high temperature, I pour it over everything, all of my equipment that I also spritzed with alcohol and left to sit for a while. And that's my way of sanitizing it reasonably. And then every once in a while you can, make the effort to boil your stuff, but having to make it 2 to 3 times a month, more than 2 times a month anyway, it's, if I don't have the energy to be climbing the basement stairs to go find a power tester, an outlet tester that I probably own, then I can't be hovering over glassware playing chemist. Ooh, that was close. Started to get a little bit worried at the end there. Okay, no trucks this time, huh? Didn't touch any trucks. Yes. Yeah, if you got ME/CFS, those are the 2 medications above everything else that you need to get onto. You need to give a try anyway. Naltrexone, aripiprazole, low doses. 1.5 milligrams on the naltrexone to start, and then titrate up. 0.1 milligrams on the aripiprazole to start, and then titrate up. Nice. Perfect. Nailed it. Can we tie our sub 27 from PB though? Nope. Yeah. I think it's even faster than PB. Actually, I'm not sure if PB got it or not. I don't remember. Second try. Slow, because I had to steer it, but still second try.
Impressive.
Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! And then this is a quick one. It was a good shot. It's a little bit off angle, though. I had to steer it. Pull back. Push forward. Nice. We have the potential to save like 25 seconds or something. Because of 9-7. Oh, thank God. Okay. Not the fastest, but in. Oh my God, first try 9-7. Yeah, 25 seconds. That's what I want.
Cheer 10, stay on target. Stay on target.
Yeah. Oh my God, don't do this to me. Oh my God. Fucking 9-9. It did it again. I can't believe it. I did the safety backup and somehow this hit was so slow. It was so fucking slow. And then that. So I can't get a PB now even. Fucking 9-9. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus fucking motherfucking Christ. I stopped the 9. I was like happy that the 9-9 came in short. I didn't have to manage any running. Just turn around, hit the safety fucking thing, and somehow that fucking pause bounce was the bitchest fucking limp dick little fucking noodle of a pause bounce anybody has ever gotten, and I couldn't visually read that it was that bad because I don't usually do that there. Jesus fucking motherfucking Christ. Another loss to fucking 9-9. Another 25, 20 second. We have lost probably 3 fucking minutes to 9-9. In all of the times that this piece of shit has managed to get in my fucking way. This sucks, but I don't want to reset it, right? So I just hit back here and then land on the front. I even set it up. You saw me. I didn't like rush it. I made sure and get aligned with the edge of it. And this, like, the level complete cube is fucking huge below it. It's huge! This is, again, not a good one. This is all that had to happen. We would have lost, like, 2 seconds or something over the original... over the PB one. That's what I played for. Was, okay, I didn't get the best start here, but we're gonna yeah. You see this? I can't not get a hit that goes far enough. Now this is what you're looking for. 'Cause then you might actually be able to run the damn thing. But if you can't, you just do this. I can't fucking believe it. I don't know how many times 9-9 is gonna steal 20 plus seconds and a PB. Like, I would fucking walk it in if there were a way to walk it in that isn't what I was already fucking doing! It's what I was doing, I was walking it in. Tail between my legs. Well, I didn't get the primary method. We just turn around. And I was actually further forward than everything that I just showed you there. Every single one of those that I just did was on the absolute last truck. You get a pause bounce, normal pause bounce, doesn't have to be anything special, and you go to the fucking end. That's all that had to happen. Game managed to give me some bitch bounce. Even though I set it up nice. Even though I took the time. That one's... I'm calling that fucking game's fault. That was, I take responsibility for a lot of chokes. And that was just fucking nonsense. That's all that was. Really bad 1-7. Just trying to stay alive until I got the second truck. What would 25 seconds of time save have been over 1308? $12.43. I feel like I'm threatening a new rank or something at 12:43. Just 3 seconds slower than yours, Dion? Damn. What the hell was that? That level 1 screen looks weird to my eyes. Like the way that it slammed to a halt or something? I don't know. I've been looking at the screen too long, probably. And that was coming into hell with 5 seconds of time save. That's all that was. Entering hell with 5 seconds time save. Because then 9-7 has 20 seconds of time save available. That first try 9-7. I'm getting more and more of these, you know, crazy hits, the like 400 meter per second acceleration. I think the average acceleration for a pause bounce is like 350-ish, or it's in that range. And I'm getting more and more of these sort of wild ones. Really? That's surprising. It's a 4.1, but the fact that it started with the little hop, with the extra high hop, is... I would think that that would take more time than doing a normal one, but apparently I'm wrong. The hop is faster, wow. I guess I just assumed that it wasn't because you're moving along trucks and you're getting, you know, the acceleration off of your movement on the trucks, but I guess the hop just skips all of the nonsense and gets straight to where you're going. Really sucks. That could go all the way. But that definitely goes all the way. Yes. Look at this. Nice 6-9. Really? I guess that happens, I don't know. That hasn't happened in a year or something like that. I don't know how long it's been since I tripped up on 3-6. Wow. Wow, Discord is really invasive these days. Just popped something up on my screen that was actually kind of big and distracting, and wow. It was my Discord, yeah. I thought I had all that, like, I've got streamer mode and all that kind of stuff. I could have swore, like, it's not supposed to do that. But it's been doing it this live stream for some reason. Yeah, it actually pulled up like a big old, it was an announcement from a game dev, and it wasn't just like a little rectangle with a notice in it. It popped open a big old friggin' square with, like, I think maybe the link image or something like that. There's a lot of screen real estate that they decided to just take. Streamer mode isn't super reliable for whatever reason, apparently. It's been years, though, that it's been doing its job, and it's weird. Again, it might be because of that computer going offline. You would think not, but you would also think it wouldn't really change my audio settings either, and it did that. But that might just be because of the USB. I switched things around and probably didn't get them all back into the same ports. Discord is a little bit less explainable. That's fine. It's a first try. You know, we don't kick these out of bed. Wasn't supposed to hit jump here, but... Nice low 9. Oh, fuck. First time in a while that I've done that, too. It's a strange run with, like, some easy things being missed, being chopped. I think that's a good 7-3. That's a nice 7-4. I'm gonna land it anyway. Don't. I knew you were gonna do it. I could smell it on you. Okay. It was a good start for this one. Nice hit early. A little high though. Good. I think I can ask for more. That's a 26.9. Sub 27, hard to get. Yeah. I don't trust trying to go in for it now. Ah, damn it. That doesn't go. That might, if it were on angle. Wow. I almost didn't try for that. It was too close. Oh, that's very good. Fuck you. It's all gonna be on getting a good 9-7, isn't it? Wow. Yeah. I could believe that. God damn you. Yeah, even a good 9-7 might not be enough. Especially if I can't get some fucking first tries to fucking come together here. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's already over. Second try here. It's not enough. It's the only way it was gonna work. Go for some PPTBs or something. 10 seconds behind. I can't make that come out of nowhere. I can't believe I got a PPTB off of that. Look at that. I'm trying. Wow. Yep, I got one more run in me before it's the end of the day, and all we managed to get was a brand new rank, 5th rank on the leaderboards, and threatened to bring in a time 3 seconds off of Danyan's best for 4th, you know, threatening 4th at this point. Sub 13 is a birthright at this point. 18 or saving 8 seconds is nothing. It'll just come in on its own. A really good 1.7 to make up for the bad 1.6. But then we put it back with a 1.8 that didn't fire. Although, when it did fire, it was pretty goddamn good. I can't believe I'm able to hit these wild PPTVs just to get anything off of them is kind of crazy. Whoa, that was a 4.7? Damn, didn't even notice it. Come the fuck on, man. What is wrong with the game? These are perfect. There's nothing. I'm hitting it. I'm hitting the shit. Like, look at that, huh? You like that shit, motherfucker? Glaner is less than a second ahead of you, so I was threatening 3rd, not just 4th. Wow. I'm in competition for the top 3? Holy, what the fuck just happened? I wasn't paying attention. And I got a gold. It's so weird. It's like if you do the same thing 2 times a week for like 3 months, you get better at it. Like, what? What's that about? Two to 3 times a week. I've done them. Occasionally, I've actually played on my own, trying to like stay warm. Isn't that wild? It's crazy. What? Keep doing the same thing, whether or not you're seeing progress, and eventually you see progress? Weird. That's the hard part, though, is, you know, disregarding when maybe you don't feel like you're seeing the progress that you're looking for. So you just gotta show up. Just keep showing up. Keep making the effort. It'll figure itself out, basically. As my Zen master used to say, stick 2 fingers up my ass. No, actually, that's the thing, is I don't think my Zen master used to. This is, as I used to say. Shit, now I can't remember. The 2 fingers in the asshole joke was too good.
Is this the real life? Is this just fantasy?
Oh shit. I didn't think it had worked. Turned out it had. This is where we get a bunch of time save. It's a good thing I didn't need to drop the truck, huh? Oof. Right down the middle seems to be like a good place to be.
Can't touch this. Can't touch this.
Now. Make me say, oh Lord. I don't. It's how we living, and you know. I remember some of the lyrics, not much of them apparently. Can I please? Fuck. I don't think 410's gonna let me pass this time, you guys. Not with my green time anyway. It's running a toll booth, and you gotta pay with like 6 seconds a time on this particular run. Time save, not yeah. I'm sorry, are you carrying any fruit or time save? You have to declare it here. And we're gonna take most, if not all of it. That doesn't really go, actually. Fuck. That was an 8.7. I didn't even have to drop through like 8 different layers of fucking crisscrossing bars or anything. I just did the level. What am I doing? Well, you're losing a couple of seconds here. Because you overturned. It's a good opportunity to make sure my mouse is still in the correct mode, since I overturned. Any question? I changed the DPI accidentally with my middle finger. Oh, this is a fast one. I want to land this one. I was expecting something weird at the end. Ooh, just barely under. Really? It didn't seem... I guess it was all down to the start. Good. Another sub 27. Damn it. Yeah, I didn't like it. Got a lot of points, though. Did you hear all those points racking up?
We are many. You are but one.
Thank you for the follow, whoever that was. Damn, my hand. Okay, going down the middle. That's it. Yeah, not that great, not that bad. Can you put out your penis fire, then get back to us? I need to leave it lit. That's how I'm running so fast. The water is at the end of the game. Come on, let me out of here. "20 seconds behind. We can save it all, but it won't be sub. It's the last run of the day anyway, so we gotta finish it." Ooh. Whoa, I don't know what to do with this. Resetting it would have been the best option, but I mean, you saw how fast it was. I had to try. Don't do that. Now, this is the first fast one we've gotten all day. If only it hadn't have, you know, fucked up first. Just go for it. Try and make it work regardless. You kind of need the time. It didn't work. It's the last run of the day, so I'm finishing it. It's a good one. I can run it. Just like that. Fuck off. Oh, that is the ending. I was like, it was a little ambiguous as to whether or not that ended the game. And we end the day with a 13:35 run that, wait a second, do you want to update the times because you got golds and shit? Yes, I do. But what we really got out of today was the 13:08.
Let's drink until our hearts stop.
Moving up the leaderboards to 5th rank. And even more so, what we got out of the day was we came into 9-9 with 25 seconds of time save over this 13:08, meaning I was apparently 3 seconds off of 4th and 4 seconds off of 3rd. So, it's, what if water, though, says Kenneth? That could help with the fire. On the penis? Oh, my penis is on fire! Yeah, well, that's going to be the end of the day. That's 4 hours, a little over 4 hours of Clustertruck, and a new PB, and like 3 different runs that all qualify for 5th rank. I should probably submit one of these things at some point, huh? You know, leave some kind of record of the progress other than these live streams, which you can watch at pawnlive.roninpawn.com. pawnlive.roninpawn.com, for I am the Ronin Pawn. And thank you for joining me here today. Ibids MC was the follow. Thank you for the follow. And then, yeah, the Dramacian's got the 9-9 failure for us clipped. That proves how close I was to leaderboard greatness. To not just sub 12, but a 12:40 something time. If I can come into 9-9, if I can come into hell with that plus 4 seconds, apparently I can get 3rd goddamn rank. That would be insane, especially without the pause whips. I'm not doing pause whips. So that pace, without pause whips, holy shit, right? We will be back with more Clustertruck speedrunning this Thursday, the 19th, at around, look for me between 1 and 3 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, probably. Yeah, we do these on Thursdays and Sundays, right around there, 1 to 3 p.m. You know, if your penis is on fire, it's a good time to speedrun. It's the moral of the story today. Thanks for joining me. I'll see you on another day. On out.